Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not sure if, like, because there's so many people and you're in the middle of like 50 tables that we just didn't hear it or they didn't play it. Because I don't remember it at all.
Yeah, you just tune it out at that point.
Yeah. I think though, but towards the end, like when we're playing at like fucking 11 p.m., 12 p.m.
That's when they for sure do it. I think, yeah, later in the night, I feel like they would, which makes sense because half the people.
I would say, I mean, I don't really care too much, but like I prefer 0 if I can. But... All right. She will.
All right, good evening, folks. This is Zach Ross in the booth, Ox Billiards stream. We have a 9-ball doubles match. They are playing World 9-ball Tour rules. Everything except for the all-ball fouls. So spotting the 9 on the dot for the break. It is winner break. We have Jeremy Dauglash and Alex Buzak versus Michael Jin and Katrin Cheung. Should be a pretty good match. Both teams are in about 16 points of each other. So it looks like Jeremy and Alex will be breaking off rack number 1. A little bit of a soft break here from Jeremy, so Michael will be taking the first shot, but trying to doctor the magic rack off the table.
Maybe not. Do you want to just move the 9 then? Or yeah, move the 9.
Sorry, I don't have a view for you here, but it looks like they were successful. Okay, so the 1 goes in the top right corner. I like a little bit of a pinch drawback here to leave Katrin the 2 in the right side pocket. Nicely done. So due to the angle, if Katrin runs forward, she will be bumping the 4. If she stuns, she may be clipping the 3. So a little bit of a player's choice here. Yeah, really nice bump on the 3. I think that's the right call. Michael can now 3-7 combo. However, cue ball will be running away, and the angle of the cue ball probably end up high up table. It's going to be really difficult to hold here. He may be able to bump the 6-8. Yeah, opted for the stun out. Knowing Katrin, I believe she will be kicking at this 3 and is trying to send the 3 between the 5-6 for a safety here. Oh, she actually went for the 3. This isn't the worst case scenario. The 4 to the 5, there's a very thin window between the 8-9. To make that 5. Alex could consider going for a 3 foul here. Basically shooting that 3 up table, hiding the cue ball behind the 6-8. Looks like that's his attempt here. Nicely done. I think the 1 rail is out of play. 2 rail doesn't look that great either. I suppose if he threw some top right into the rail, this short rail here on the bottom, kind of aim the cue ball just to the right of this bottom left diamond, it could sort of cinch up and make contact with the 3 on its way out. But this is difficult, especially because you're on the rail. It's really difficult to get action on the cue ball. Interesting. He is entertaining the 4 rail kick here. Which honestly, I feel like you may as well go for this. Yeah, it was going to be difficult no matter what. It was a very good save from Alex. So Jeremy with ball in hand here. So they will be attempting a 3 foul. I believe Alex is instructing Jeremy to hide the 3 behind the 5 while also bringing the cue ball behind the 6-8.
This angle, like that, and then you just kind of want to get the 3 right here.
Yeah, so he wants the 3 to bump right where Alex is pointing.
Okay, yeah. So it's just top and speed.
This is a good look. Given the cluster, it's not the easiest run out. Very nice. Okay, so on 2 fouls here. Katrin will need to make contact. Otherwise, rack number 1 will be won via the 3 foul.
Just feels it.
Yep, just maybe a little bit even deeper.
Okay.
Just top. I don't want you to underhit.
I agree.
Nice.
Excellent hit. Ended up breaking the 6-8 out, but contact there was imperative. It's a nice hit there from Katrin. Okay, now is the time to go for the run out. Alex may be trying to get this cue ball above that cluster, but I almost feel like he should accept going 2 rails and landing in the window between the 8-9. Try to do too much here. Might run into some problems. Opting for the softer shot. I like it. Jeremy will need to roll this forward just a little bit. Maybe like 3 to 4 inches follow. Excellent shot. Gave Alex just enough angle on this 5. I think it goes, but this angle is a little difficult to see. Alex is deciding if he can go 2 rails out above the 6. I think it's possible. You'll kind of breeze by that 9 on the way out of this first rail. Otherwise, you just accept going back and forth and taking the long shot, landing short side on the 6. Okay, he did not have the pocket. Pretty decent safe opportunity here for Michael if he can thin this 5 ball up to the short rail. While also bringing the cue ball down below the 9. We need to kind of hit this with draw just to make sure. Yeah, ended up running into the 9. I like the idea. I think the 5 was just maybe hit a little too thin. Or maybe too thick, actually, because of the way it kind of compressed and
It's okay. Just
pressed up the rail.
Like, ideally, like out there, I could always just like more flat than in the middle.
All right, so Jeremy just needs to make the shot. Leave Alex either the 6-8 combo, or if he can use the rail going table speed first into the rail. Maybe just a little bit awkward cueing there from Jeremy. Trying to make such a straight shot with shape. It's usually pretty difficult. Pretty good idea here from Katrin. Almost got onto the 6. I do like a stop shot here into the top right corner. Could also run this up a little bit, which is what he's doing here. Barely off target, but leaves the 5 funny. Yeah, a little bit of a two-way shot here. Michael considers cutting the 5, but also brings his cue ball down table. Kind of hide by the 8-9. Oh, too much power. Yeah, I thought it was going to be maybe a thinner, sort of softer hit. So, cue ball continues the momentum down table.
So I'm going to shoot it in one of the sides. So you shoot top. Do you think of this and then just roll it?
But now Jeremy and Alex working with ball in hand here.
I can leave you over here.
If you could leave me like right here, that'd be pretty perfect.
Okay.
You know, so like just down on that area so I can go off the rail and come back up.
Jeremy needs to get to this left half of the table if we're looking at it vertically. Yeah, just like that. This is good. Gives Alex an opportunity to straight draw this back up table. Doesn't need to be perfect. Just needs to land anywhere in that zone between that diamond near the middle pockets and the second diamond on the rail. So he didn't quite get the draw that he wanted. I think he just hit it maybe a little too firm and not enough draw stroke in that hit. So the cue ball ended up centering up on the object ball. Jeremy with the reverse bank attempt. I don't mind it. I will say that if the safety is more difficult than going for the pot, you should always go for the pot. And in that circumstance, it was a little difficult to play safe. He could have rolled the cue ball up onto the 8, but if you were to barely hit the left side of the 8, you actually leave the 8 ball for the top right corner. And in the drink here. So yeah, Katrin trying to make the 8 and bring the cue ball around table for position. Ends up scratching side pocket, so should be straightforward run out here for Jeremy and Alex to get the first point on the board. On the board first,
That was what we said before. But
I'm winning.
winner break.
do you want to break the guy? Or want me to break? Small bank was really nice. Really good speed.
I definitely try to leave the cue ball down here. Just,
So easy to overpower those things, and that was honestly that 8 ball was real close to going into.
yeah, it hit like over here,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
I was happy about.
Yeah, because it was like a.
Okay, 7 ball in the right side pocket. Jeremy has a look at the 1. I really just like banking this up table, bringing the cue ball back towards the 6 here. Yeah, just caught the 1 a little too thin. The 2 is still a little bit obscured by the 8 ball, so not completely in trouble. Katrin will be taking the opening shot here. So if anyone is curious about the individual Fargo rates here, Jeremy is a 444. Alex Buzak is a 554. Michael Jin, 514. And Katrin Cheung, 500. So all things considered, pretty even. I guess with Michael and Katrin being closer in skill level, they do have that slight advantage, but Alex being the higher level out of all 4 players has a bit more of the analytical advantage. But in Scotch doubles, all that doesn't matter sometimes. Sometimes it's just better about who has a better synchronicity, if you will. I think one thing that Alex may need to be aware of in this particular match is that as the high player, you don't always have to get the most perfect shape. I think he was maybe trying just a little bit too hard to get that shape. I feel like there's really an ebb and flow type of situation to doubles. So you can't always be the hero, and your partner can't always be the one not picking up the slack, if you will. So yeah, there's a little bit of a cohesiveness that needs to happen with doubles. That was crazy. Did not expect the cue ball to scratch there. But Jeremy eyeing up this American cheese. What kind of cheese do we want to call this, folks? Let me know what you think the 1-9 should be called. Typically, if the 5 ball is orange, I like to call it cheddar cheese. But with this yellow, I don't know. Let me know your ideas. Just like that, Jeremy and Alex up 2-0. David Saltzman in the chat, a pretty good shot. Yes. I love the punny nature of that one, so yeah. The 1-9 is a good shot. I like to call the 3-9 the baby bell. 2, obviously the blue cheese. All right, Jeremy breaking off rack number 3. his break is just a little too soft for the 9 on the spot break. You really need to put a bunch of power into it because what you should be doing is kind of cutting, almost cutting it with draw so that the cue ball comes off the side rail and then the cue ball will break into the middle of the pile. So because he hit it so thin and soft, the draw didn't quite take. So Katrin will be looking for the 3-foul advantage here. It's a pretty good save. Alex can kick at this. The kick is open. Just needs to hit this with speed to make sure that an object ball hits the rail afterwards, but definitely like going to where he's standing. Doing some rail math here. Does anybody else use rail math in the chat? I believe each point is worth 15 points, something like that. Don't quite know the ins and outs of it, but that's sort of the general idea. It's how many points between the pocket and the rail, and you do some addition or subtraction from there. I, for one, kind of just feel it out. Excellent hit. So avoiding the 3-foul. Typically, when I look at a kick like that, I always think about angle in equals angle out. So I find the angle needed to hit the object ball, and then I basically mirror that type of angle on the cue ball to the rail. Pretty difficult cut. It was a really nice attempt. So Jeremy needs to hit this with speed. Needs to make sure that it goes 2.5 rails. And he's got there. Just barely. Left Alex a pretty good angle here. Cue ball can come up pretty much anywhere between that second and third diamond on the left rail. And Jeremy will have a look at the 3 in the bottom right corner. I was going to say that I thought that speed was a little too hard, but because he hit it so thick with a little bit of right spin, I actually ended up catching the 2 more than I thought it would. So Jeremy just needs to get this cue ball up table, so he needs to hit this with a bunch of top. Excellent. No. Oh, he wanted to have that hit just before the point, and it would have been perfect on the 4. It was a good look, though. Just slightly misjudged the angle there. Opportunity here for Katrin and Michael to get on the board. I definitely like their chances. The 6 to the 7 is going to be the second most difficult shot. The opening one here, finding that window between the 8-9. Really have to be precise with your roll here. Yeah, getting below is not a bad idea. Being on the rail makes this a little more difficult considering that it's fairly straight. So Michael does have an angle. I think you want this to go 1.5 rails to get middle table. It's in the drink. Oh, it caught the point. So Jeremy's unlucky is Michael's lucky here. Difficult shot for Katrin. I think going for the cut is okay. Just needs to make sure that you put a little bit of top right on this to sort of avoid the side pocket scratch on the return off of the rail. Otherwise, going for the bank is also pretty good because the cue ball will end up in a very similar position, middle table. Yeah, so we got really close to the 8, just very unfortunate. 7 did not drop. I like a stop shot here, maybe a little bit of a pullback, but you really don't need to do too much. I mean, he has the angle, so even if you technically stop shot it, cue ball will kind of run into that rail. To the left, just perpendicular there. Jeremy should have a pretty good look at the 8. Decided to play follow on it. I think this is okay. Controlling the cue ball is a little touchy here because if he hits this thick, cue ball could come off the short rail and bump into the 9. But he was too focused on getting the position. As much as Alex wanted to leave him a straighter long shot, I think coming off of the side rail and landing basically on that horizontal line that you see on the table at that second diamond, kind of landing the cue ball anywhere there would give Jeremy a pretty decent cut on the 8 into that corner. Whereas with that particular leave, he really had to hit a little bit of like right spin on the cue ball from distance. Makes that more difficult to pot because of the spin. Yeah, Alex in the chat. Magnets in the side pockets confirmed. Yeah, I'm pressing buttons behind the table here, just making sure that people scratch and get opportunities. All right, Katrin, to get on the board. Oh no, not a hanger. Oh, not a hanger. Man. Definitely want to see a 2-1. Super unfortunate there. Jeremy and Alex extending their lead 3-0, going into rack number 4.
We can honestly just do like alternates or something like that if you want.
Yeah, David in the chat asking why Michael played so far up table from the 9. So the 8 was kind of buried in the pocket. I've done this before too, where because it's so buried in the pocket that you think you need like more power to come off of the rail to get position. But in that particular instance, he actually could have maybe just hit it with a little bit of right spin, and because it's so close to the rail, the spin actually takes a lot of the momentum. So he would have rolled off the short rail onto the left rail and then come out basically just to the left of where the 6 ball currently is. And he would have had and then Katrin would have had the 9 in the bottom right. I think he just used a little bit too much power because he wanted to make sure that the cue ball didn't stick in the pocket. So sometimes using spin to your advantage when an object ball is close to the pocket is worthwhile. I'm not sure if that was intentional, but pretty good save nonetheless, if it was. Alex will be kicking here. Interesting that he's going to kick. He's going to kick to go for the pocket. No, he's not. Okay. I was kind of wondering why he was looking at that other side. Excellent jump. Oh, this better bump out. Oh, okay. He gave Jeremy a look. Wow, that was a hell of a jump. Corelli, some of us can't draw, some of us can draw a little too much. Yeah, you're either MC Escher or your stick figure. I do feel like Ox tables draw quite easily.
Like it's pretty soft. Like when the 3 comes like here.
In comparison to sort of the other venues that we are used to here in Seattle.
Yeah, it's a pretty like medium soft speed.
Okay, I like the safe here. I think that's what Alex was instructing Jeremy to do here. You basically cross this 3 over and you bring the cue ball back down table. Yes, just like this. Oh, it goes in though. What a shot. What a shot. Perfect two-way. If the 3 missed, it would have ended up on the short rail. Instead, he gets perfect shape. So 2 back-to-back shots from this team. They're definitely feeling it. Hey, David, I didn't name venues, bro. That's you. All right. Put a little bit of bottom right on this to make sure the cue ball runs into this left rail and back up table for the 5. Just needs to hit the smooth. May have caught that. Maybe a little too thick. And maybe not enough bottom right. Kind of want to pull that draw like it's like a yo-yo string, if you will. Difficult to explain. I think Jeremy was trying to hide that 5, but he ended up clipping the 7, leaving the 5 over the pocket. So Katrin needs to hit this 5 ball with some right spin to come 2 rails. So she needs to have the cue ball hit the top rail pretty much just to the right of that diamond, that middle diamond there. So when it takes the spin, comes down, hits between that first and second diamond on the right upper rail. Caught that real thin. It's okay though. A look is better than no look. I really like the safety here. If you go for the 6 cut near the 7, I feel like it rattles and kind of stays. So I would rather have Michael kind of bank this 6 down below the 7-8 and send the cue ball to the top short rail and just give some really big distance between the cue ball and the 6. Because if you go for this cut, the cue ball will come back around 3 rails and he can have a look on the 7 for Katrin, but this is such a high risk, high reward shot here. We'll see what happens. And he hit that real sick. I mean, let's get some claps in the chat for that because holy crap, that was sick. Very friendly bump coming out. Got perfect shape on the 7. I did notice playing Michael on Monday, he really does like the steep cuts. And he's got an eye for it, so good for him, sticking to his guns, executing that shot with precision. Almost overruns the 9, but this is good. And they should be getting a point on the board here. Katrin, 9 ball, left side pocket. Nine ball got moving on that break. I think Alex should push here, and I think he should push down to the short rail. You give a look at the one, but you don't give up the complete pocket for the one on the right side pocket. So you try to hit this. Hmm.
I don't know. I think it's too risky. I'm gonna push, I think. I'm gonna push. Yes.
Yeah, I think I would call push here and just bring this cue ball down to this bottom short rail. Because playing safe on the one would be pretty difficult. Alright, so he will be pushing this way. Obviously trying to give a look at the right side of that one. Okay. Decisions here now. They do give it back. It will be Alex shooting. We established that the pusher is the one to shoot, which I think makes sense.
Wait, yeah, who broke? You broke, so it's your shot, and then if you give it back,
If you give it back, it's Alex.
yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll take it.
Alright, so Katrin gonna take this on. I do like her chances here. She is a very strong safety player. Just hit it with a touch too much speed, but given the distance, I think this is totally fine. Jeremy will have to come up with a prosciutto slice here. Cue ball come back up table. Doesn't want it to run too far though. So he needs to either calculate that he wants to go 2 rails back out. Yeah, so thin. Then he ended up missing and kicking at it, which is pretty common. Pretty common on very steep slices like that. It's difficult to judge the exact angle. Alright, so Michael here. Oof, no. Going to want that one back. Alex could consider going for the 1-2 combo. He could also thin the 1, make the 2 in. Several options here. Could just try to make the 1 in the top left corner. He does go for the 1 in the top left corner. His cue ball will run towards that 2, might bump it out of the way of the pocket. If he cuts this 1, he will need to put bottom on the cue ball because he does not want that thing to scratch in the top left. So a lot of ways to approach the shot. opted for the safe. I like it because it now requires a jump. Or a kick. Kick would be okay too. Kicking to the top short rail. Katrin taking a look there. Excellent safe. Very difficult to find a safe there, and Katrin found it, so props to her. I think Jeremy might be going airborne here. Good contact. And did not leave the open pocket, so yeah, good hit there from Jeremy. Mid-table jumps are never easy. All right, so Michael going for the overcut here into the bottom right corner. Cue ball is going to take a lot of speed, goes 3 rails back up, finds its way between the 8-5 to get onto the 2. Missed, got a little bit lucky. Alex is measuring the angle that he needs. Alex, if he's still in the chat, he knows what's up, but try to describe how to measure this a few weeks ago. Guess I could try to explain it again. So take the Q-tip and the space between the tip and the rail you put your thumb at, and then you extend that beyond the rail to the right, and wherever your thumb is pointing is where you need to hit on the rail for the cue ball. But he is going this way instead. Makes good contact, gives some good space. It's all in all not bad. Going for the safe as opposed to the pot. Okay, this is a perfect angle to just almost stun drag out from here. You could run into the 5, just bump it a little bit to get shape on the 2. Interesting. I think she intended to go for the safe. Very good separation here.
I assume they're both plugging.
Yeah, if I'm Jeremy, I just thin this just past the 5.
Yeah, rail first, right? You're not gonna make it, but
Hit as far up on that right upper rail
I think you can't.
as possible to make contact with the 1. And hopefully the 1 goes to the right.
You're gonna want to hit the 1
and down table a little bit, and the cue ball goes to the left, and you get a pretty good save. Yeah, caught the one just a touch thick on the right side. But contact obviously better than the ball in hand. So opportunity here for Michael and Katrin to go on a little bit of a run. But he barely underhit this. Katrin may have to do just a little bit of a swerve to make this 2.
Yeah, wake up, wake up. Don't worry. Nice leap, nice leap.
Handled this very well. It's going to roll out perfect for the 3. Really good speed, execution. So yeah, Michael just needs to pinch draw this. He actually doesn't need to get as far as he thinks he does. Because he already has the angle. Yeah, see, he was trying to manufacture the angle. So because he already had the angle, if you just hit with just a touch of bottom left as opposed to direct center, cue ball kind of rolls just to the right of the 8, and you leave that angle on the 4. I think he was trying to get a little straighter. I don't mind a safety here. Basically, you just bank the 8. Sorry, you bank the 3 in front of the 8. And then you kind of roll the cue ball so it's a straight lineup with the 7 and the 8. On the bottom side here, it's kind of a finesse shot, but as long as you have almost lag speed here, you should be able to hide that 3. Opts for the cut. Very friendly bump on the 8. Okay, this run out's looking good. Not a ton of problems. Getting from the 5 to the 6, you have to get above the 6. And he hit it too hard. So now Alex is going to have to go airborne over the 8.
It's okay.
Cue ball will be going all over the place here. Just due to the distance of jumping the 8. But, you know, he made contact, and Honestly, from missing, this is probably the best possible outcome. You've now almost frozen the 5 to the 8. There is a safety play here. You hit the 5 very thin on the left side, or the right. I kind of like the left better, just because the 5 will roll towards that right rail. If you were to hit on the right side, cue ball might leak. Give a look at the 5, but that's what Katrin is going for. We'll see how this turns out. Yeah, see what I mean? It leaked out, so Jeremy actually does have a shot in the right side pocket now. So if you cut the 5 to the right, it bumps off the 8 and kind of sticks to the rail while the cue ball goes towards the 9, so you're kind of leaving an awkward bank. Excellent shot. Didn't even see that he had that angle, but good on him. This one's a little strange. Alex may consider hitting this with inside left to come off the rail, past the 7 to the right rail, and then below to take the 7 in the left side pocket. Just because kind of flirting with that right side pocket scratch if you hit this straight middle. So put just a little bit of spin on this. Yeah, so I think it was the right idea, but just maybe a little too much left spin. I think I might have been saying right. Sorry about that. Definitely meant left. Yeah, so he probably hit that like between like 9 and 10 o'clock, and maybe he only needed between 10 and 11. I like this. Oh, he almost got the safe that he wanted. Oh, he did. I think he did. Michael might have a piece of this 7. Okay, good contact, good separation. So it's kind of a hero shot here. If Alex misses this 7, the likelihood of it ending up near the pocket is pretty high. I think just focusing on making this ball, cue ball's natural path, heads towards the 8, may even bump it. Yeah, so got the shape he wanted. Just ends up missing the pot. So good opportunity here for Michael and Katrine to close the gap. Might have wanted slightly more angle, but this should be okay. He's going to have to hit this pretty firm, though, to get action off of the rail. Yeah, he got the action, but it was so perpendicular. He didn't quite draw enough. I think I go for the bank in the top right corner, and I just hit this with left spin to bring the cue ball all the way down. So if I happen to miss the bank, it ends up on the short rail. Oh, she tried to reverse bank it. So the problem with the reverse bank, I was just talking with Greg about this on Monday. So when you do the reverse bank like that, the object ball just goes back and forth across the side pockets, and it kind of tends to leave an open shot just because it stays middle table. All right, so Jeremy missed on the pro side, ended up overcutting it. Michael doing a measurement system of his own for this bank. Excellent. Closing the gap. 3-2, Jeremy and Alex up over Michael and Katrine.
By itself or get hit though? You can try. Might as well try. Yeah, definitely would have got hit last time.
Yeah, it's from the eights.
Yeah.
We eat shit.
All right, Katrine doing some doctor work. Yep. Yep. All right. Michael does the surgical work to remove the rack.
From the 8 ball, yeah.
Okay, then switch back to
And it is open table. So Alex will be stepping up first here. Decides where he wants to push out to. I really don't mind him making the 3 ball here. Or even pushing to where you hit the 2 up towards the 3, but you still leave a look at the 1. Because there's already a cluster here at the 6-9. I don't mind creating another cluster.
Push. Go ahead.
Okay, Alex is trying to leave the most precise window on this push, which I respect. It is ambitious, though. Yeah, no, that's not going to work. So, I'm giving this back 100%. You are forcing Alex to make a huge jump, which is fine. If he's confident in making contact, it's just you don't want to leave yourself this difficult of an opener. And maybe he's hedging his bets here because the 6-9 is still tied up. But I definitely would have sent that 2 as close to the 3 as possible. Because that way, you know, you have to shoot the 1, you still have to break the 2-3 out. Yeah. So now he's actually broken out the 6-9. So
That's ball in hand, right? Anytime the ball goes up.
1 ball goes flying off the table. That becomes pocketed.
It falls down. Goes down.
Yeah.
Is that saying it gets spotted?
Yep.
I think APA is spotted.
No, they both stay down.
APA is spotted.
Really?
Well, yeah, but we're playing BCA rules, so like, is BCA pocketed in
I
the
don't
ball
know.
in hand?
I believe PCA is pocketed. You can ask Zach though, but I'm pretty sure it's pocketed. I'm pretty sure. I thought APA is also pocketed.
No. We checked it last time.
Pocketed ball in hand.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
So now it's 1.
Yes.
Yeah, 1 ball considered a dead ball, so that goes down. It is a foul.
Do you want to go with that or do you want
Whatever you're comfortable with. I don't mind.
to? Both very comfortable.
Katrin might be doing something cheeky here. Trying to send the 2 out while hiding this cue ball. I was kind of intrigued with her safeties, so anyone trying to learn their safety game, I would say pay close attention to what Katrin does because it's pretty crafty. Yeah, didn't quite get. Yeah, you can tell in the look on her face. I like the idea. It's just that it clipped the 7, so it kind of ruined the magic that she wanted there. Would have been pretty sweet, hiding behind the 6-8 there and having that 2 go back up table. Especially when there's kind of close clusters here on the table. It's a pretty decent opportunity to go for a 3 foul as soon as your opponent has committed a foul.
Sorry. I meant to
Nice
pull back
pot
a little
here
bit.
from Michael. However,
like
he
here?
did leave the. Yeah. Treat's already put her hand up. Left her sort of the treetop shot. This is one thing to keep in mind when you do take a straightforward shot. Is definitely being mindful of other balls on the table. So it's going to be a lot more difficult to pot here for Katrin. Gets a little fortunate kissing off of that 4 to hide ever so
Is
slightly
that why you play snooker?
behind the 5.
Ball is short.
Alex may consider another jump here. Excellent jump. 3 goes down. Bumps the 5 out. Gets pretty good shape on the 4. So excellent shot there from Alex.
Leaving it here. Leaving the cue ball here. I think if you tried to leave the
I love the
ball
safe
there,
here.
you'd lose
And I love that he's coaching
the
it.
cue ball unless you run into
So,
the 5.
yep.
I see what you're saying.
But like
You basically
you just kind of hit the 4 ball
bank
kinda soft
the
and then,
4
like, come up here
With the cue.
kind of
or,
thin.
yeah,
I'd say
ideally
you probably
maybe 4
hit this
there.
about
That's one reason
a
why you
third
makes sense
to a
do that way,
quarter
because you could go here into the 5,
on
and leave the
our
4 there,
right
if you
side
want
of the
with that.
4. Obviously their left.
Like the other way
And then you kind of just roll that cue ball
gotta make sure that
off
the
the
4
short
doesn't come
rail
out too
towards the
far,
5.
the cue ball doesn't stay there.
4 ball comes to the left,
So yeah,
hides
probably,
behind
like, some
that
top
line of the 9-8-6. He's actually going to go slightly different here. So he's actually going to hit the 4 on our left. This is fine. Yeah, this is fine. Sometimes it's easier to keep it simple. So Michael will be going for the jump here. Looks like the 4 does go in the right side pocket on this jump. This will be another pretty sick jump if executed. Cue ball should land favorably for the 5. Yep. No. Good catch, Katrin. So with that jump, he had too steep of an angle on the jump. When you have a shallow. When you have a shallow angle on the jump like that, it causes the cue ball to jump further, and it retains more power. So because it was such a shallow angle, cue ball ended up jumping off the table. If he would have hit it more of like a 45-degree angle, he would have been able to pop over the 9 and land more square on the 4. But because that was more of like a 30-degree angle, okay, I think the 6 might go by the 8 here in the lower left. So Alex just needs to get onto this 5. I would say pretty straight. So Jeremy can just do a little bit of a pinch drawback. This is fine. Gives Jeremy an opportunity to use the rail to slow the cue ball down.
And even that 6 only goes from here
Oh.
to that side. There's no
Okay.
space.
6 does not go in the lower left.
Ideally, like, right here.
So he actually wants Jeremy to run this, probably with a
Over
touch
is
of top
better than
right,
under, because if you do here, I can just, like, hide
to
behind
come
the 8.
to
Yeah, you just
possibly
don't want to
3
hit up there,
rails.
So, like, at least get here or come up here.
So you think, yeah.
So Jeremy needs to hit this
Side, yeah.
with basically 1 o'clock English, upper right. Yeah, that's what he's looking at. Cue ball run into the rail, come to the short rail, and hopefully under the 9. I mean, come on. Hit it pretty sweet. Yeah, didn't quite get there. He kind of fell in between the two looks, but you know what? Hitting with English like that is not the easiest shot, so commend him for the opportunity and the attempt. It's a good save. It's actually a pretty decent return save here. So what you do is you hit this cue ball with just a little bit of inside right, and you bump the 6 off the short rail, and you send the cue ball up towards the 9 and the 8. So it's going to be a pretty soft shot here, unless she's going for the pocket. Yeah, just a little too hard. So, would have been sweet. Take like 30% off of that speed. Cue ball ends up closer to the 8, 9. 6 kind of lands middle diamond. First diamond on that left upper rail. But now Jeremy just needs to stun out here. A little too much oomph in that stroke. Michael looking at the bank here to set Katrin up for the 7. Because of the speed, 6 took a wider angle than he wanted. I feel like when the angle is sharp like that, you should definitely just take a little bit faster than table speed. The only time you want to hit a bank softer is when you need the angle to widen. And since it was pretty sharp, he didn't really need the angle to widen too much. But yeah, speed control there can be touchy. So Alex just needs to stun this out. He's putting a little bit of bottom left, which I'm not quite sure he needs. I think straight bottom may have worked fine. Okay. Draw back a little bit. Michael can run this cue ball into the top short rail. Back down for the 8 in the right corner, bottom right corner. So Katrin wants to draw this back 6 to 8 inches. This is okay. You can actually now just hit this with straight top. Maybe a little bit of top left, but like just a touch. No. So yeah, the idea that I was thinking is that you hit it with almost maximum top left, and you kind of push through that shot. So it hits the 7, it hits the top rail. Cue ball comes straight down the left rail, maybe even runs into the upper part of the left rail. And you take the 8 in the lower right corner. But now it's going to be a difficult run out here. Unless you're Katrin. What a freaking cut that was. 8 ball side pocket. Huge recovery shot. And Michael solidifies it, so it's now 3-3. Got a game here, folks. Thank you all for tuning in. Zach Ross here in the booth at Ox Billiards. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, ring the bell as well to be notified when we go live. We'll be doing 3 stream matches this month. The match coming up next week will be between the collegiate 8-ball winner, Matthew Lua. Matthew Lua versus Francis Cho. Should be a pretty solid match. And then later this month, on April 29th, we'll have Kapil Londe versus Dustin Cienfuegos. Matthew and Francis will be playing 10-ball. Kapil and Dustin will be playing 9. Cue ball got a little bit away, but open 1 ball. Can't complain. The only problem, making this 1, you do have to roll the cue ball forward, and it's going to get pretty close to the pocket in order to be able to see the 2.
Seriously?
And drawing out from here is incredibly difficult. It's such a far distance for the draw. So I think Katrin might actually be playing safe. She's going to be crossing this 1 towards the top right pocket and bringing this cue ball kind of back to where it's at now. Oh, she went for it. Just hit it with so much speed. Really wanted to force that cue ball out. Not a terrible leave. Alex looking at the angle for contact. Yeah, good contact. Leaves Michael on the short rail. Okay, let's see. Does Jeremy leave the blue cheese combo here? No, he went for the pot in the bottom left. Interesting. Thought for sure he's going to take that left side pocket. But he removed the cheese combo, which is probably better in the long run. Unless Katrine goes for the cheese. Here we go. The Gouda shot. High risk, high reward. Definitely don't want the 9-ball to park in the pocket. Yeah, 9-ball got out of the way.
What else do you think was right? I don't have
The 1 is slightly obscured with the 5 there. So I kind of like Alex banking this 1 to go down below the 4 while the cue ball hits this bottom rail and goes back up table. So you're leaving a very long distance shot and a non-pocketable 1. Just needs to make sure that he does not hit the 5 with the 1. But that's what I would play. Yeah, got kind of lucky here. He went for the 9-ball carom. That was a pretty cheeky look. Again, didn't really leave too much of an issue. Jeremy just needs to focus on making this 1. Coming back out middle-ish table to take the 2 in the top right corner. Okay, Alex does need to roll this forward to make sure he gives Jeremy a look on the 3. Yeah, nice job hitting that. A little bit of left spin to give a better angle on the 3 here for Michael. He's got options. He can play it safe. He can go for the 3 cut in the lower left corner. Needs to commit to one or the other, though. Go for the 3 in the lower left. You're kind of leaving the cue ball long on this 4, which, you know, safety is definitely an option. But I kind of like just stop shotting this. Yeah. No, he drew back just a little bit too much. Wanted to kind of firm that cue ball up behind the 6. Still, the right idea. This is one of those shots that's like the perfect candidate for a drag draw. So what you do is you hit draw, low bottom, but you don't intend to draw the cue ball back. Yes, just like this. Good hit. So what it does, it takes draw for like 50% of the way, and then by the time it hits the object ball, it's got forward roll. So it hits a 3, kind of rolls forward off of that short rail, and lands in a favorable angle for the 4. So Jeremy struck that pretty well. Alex, how steep this angle is. I actually wouldn't mind going 2 rails here, kind of just letting my stroke out, going short rail bottom, up to the top and back, middle table. Just trying to hold for this. Yes. Only problem is that he hit it too hard. But, you know, you have a look. So, at the end of the day, not terrible. All right. Safe or bank 5. Options here. Oh no. Oh no, he's not gonna like that because we've got the grimmest cheese. The purple Urkel. The lumpy space princess. Whatever cheese you want to call it. It's purple. It's likely going in. Oh no. Commentators coincidence. Okay, well. Jeremy holding his breath after that leave. Game continues. Alex, opportunity to retake the lead here. Nicely handled.
Try to stun it out over here or something.
Yep. 6 on the side, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Low stop shot.
Running this down to the short rail and back out. I like that as opposed to the stun across. Stun across can get a little wonky. Tried to hold, I think he did. Alex lining up the bank here. Angle in, angle out. It's almost a perfect V. Basically just hits these 8-ball. Yeah, just left of the point. Maybe even at that point. Point, I mean that middle diamond there. If you hit it with draw, though, the angle will tighten. Oh, it's a good thing we're playing 9-ball. 8-ball drops. Jeremy with an opportunity of his own to bank this for the rack win. Excellent shot. Perfect speed. Hit the right angle. Nice job, Jeremy. 4-3.
Yeah, with those you want to hit them hard. Right? You're trying to drag everything with those, and then they start rolling forward again on you. Do you want to break it? Do you want me? Do you want to break it? Where did the? There's one right here.
Half ball, yeah.
Yeah, half ball, bottom outside, and firmer, and aim a little bit less than half, because that outside is going to push it in a little bit.
Good break here from Jeremy and Alex. Very nice shot. Needs to flick off this 3. Nice. Okay, getting onto the 3 will be pretty difficult. So Jeremy just needs to focus on making this 2. Keywell's natural path will kind of go towards a 4, so at least it will give Alex a look on the 3. Yeah, just try to do a little too much there. So, see where the cue ball ended up? If he just hits that softer and makes the 2, cue ball would have actually landed in that neighborhood anyway. So just a little bit too much power there. Now, Michael, there is an opportunity here to hit this with sort of a soft draw. So the cue ball will take an angle to the right and then cross back over between the 6-5 and hopefully leave a look. Opted for the safe instead. Smart. Smart decision. Leaves the cue ball pretty hidden behind that 3. It might be jumpable. Looks like Alex has maybe a 1/4 of a ball to jump over. Definitely not a gimme shot here. Really needs to pop his cue ball over the 3. So you'll see him going with a very steep angle on this jump. Needs to strike the cue ball firm. He's going for the dart method here. Hey, if Federer can do it, why can't you? Excellent attempt. Honestly, that's a very hard jump. With how close it was to the 3, so made good contact. All right, Katrin will roll this forward to land short side of the 3. It's kind of the best you can do, given how straight that 2 was. So Michael now kind of do a little bit of a push follow here. Make sure you get enough power into the 3. But also don't want the cue ball to run too far. It's nice. He tried to slow the cue ball down by bringing it 2 rails. But now you don't have the angle on the 4. Unless you want to bank it in this lower left corner. 4 does go barely by the 7. I like the idea. The thing with that particular safe is you need to hit the object ball thinner, so it kind of stays closer to the short rail. Just hit that one a little too thick, but I like the idea of trying to hide the cue ball behind the 5. Yeah, so Jeremy ended up overcutting that 4. It was a difficult shot, though. And Michael just needs to follow this. Land short side on the right side of the 5. Oof. Yeah, he ended up overrunning it. Right idea, good attempt. So Alex will probably hit this with a little bit of spin just to make sure that Jeremy has angle on the 5. Does not want to land straight. Anywhere above that first diamond here on the right side should be good. Definitely wants to land middle between those two diamonds. May have caught this a little straight. Let's take a look. Okay, he left him barely an angle.
I think honestly stunning.
I like the stun.
Is there an angle?
Yeah, there's a slight angle.
Yeah, if you can just leave me off for rail.
I think if I'm Alex, I basically tell Jeremy to stop shot this so I can take the 6 in the upper left corner. That way you can run the cue ball up a little bit. So I think that's what he's instructing here. Nice. Yep. This works pretty good. So now Alex just needs to execute the shot. You'll land pretty much to where he pointed. If he gets a little bit beyond that, that's no problem. Then you can probably take the 9 in the right side pocket. So it just needs to dial this in. Stay down. Hit it smooth. Don't need a ton of power here. There it is.
No, it goes on the side. I think the side makes more sense. It's like anywhere like it is.
No, 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 no. Don't. So Alex is instructing him to get middle table, but I think because of the angle that he left for the 7, he just needs to instruct Jeremy to stop shot this and accept that you're going to hit this 9 with just a little bit of an angle, or you roll it forward. Yeah, exactly. So you don't want to force this cue ball at all. Just roll it forward, accept that you're going to be shooting on the rail. Get in there. Nice. Yep, good angle. It's off the rail, so Jeremy handled it well. No, he overcut. Alright, so he overcut, leaving a much more makeable 9 ball here for Katrin. All right, Katrin and Michael tying it up 4-4, going into rack number 9. Michael has gotten the 9-ball moving a couple times on the break. But this yields a dry break and probably an expected push out here. I like just hitting the 3 over to the 2-ball. However, I feel like the 1-9 cheese could possibly be in play here. So the other thing you could possibly do is just combo the 5 into the 1. As a push out.
Push.
Alex likes to push into a jump. Interested to see if Katrin takes this on.
If I give it left, it's spin into the 9. Off the rail.
Because there is a pretty decent opportunity here to kick at the 1. And then if you hit it on the right thin side of the 1, you can actually hide the cue ball behind that 7-4-8 cluster. But I think she also has a look at the 1 to cut it into the top right corner. And if you go for that, possibly have the cue ball bump into the 9. So a couple things could happen here. Interesting. There definitely is a 1-9 carom here.
Yeah. 9 caroms.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
Basically stun
do you think I should play
with a little bit of bottom left
Don't put any spin
off
on it.
of
It's just-
the
it's just
left
top and-
third
you know, top and
of
bottom.
that 1 ball.
'Cause you kind of want to stun into it because you're going to hit it here, like carom. You're going to do the cue ball, yeah.
Yeah.
The 1 ball's going to fly there.
I think
So
that's
really
what
you
Alex
see
is
it,
instructing,
you know,
but
that
yep,
angle
yeah,
there.
exactly. So you put,
There with a stun shot.
let's say,
So like medium speed and then a little bit low, you know.
7 o'clock, but not so far outside. You kind of want this cue ball to impact the 1. So say like a tip below center, moving towards the 7 o'clock. That was a good attempt. I think he just hit it too soft. Kind of needed to strike the cue ball a little bit harder for the angle or for the draw to take. Landed a little close to the rail here. This is an awkward shot. You're shooting down off the rail. Handled it real nice. Nice job, Michael. Good shot. Okay, Katrin needs to do the same here. You can run it forward just a little bit, but stop shot, no problem. Oh, no. Oh, yes. That might be the perfect miss. Okay, Katrin just needs to focus on making this. Speed, very important here. You don't want the cue ball to run back into the right side pocket. Ooh, excellent. Excellent. Put just enough draw to hit above the point on the right side pocket. And I believe for the first time in this match, we'll have Katrin and Michael taking the lead. Five, 4 going into rack number 10.
Nice shot on the 7. I'm allowed to break from here, right?
We're playing 9 on the spot. Should break from the box.
Oh, we are playing break from the box?
I thought that was the plan, yeah?
Oh, okay. I'll play break from the box.
Okay, sorry.
I didn't realize
I thought we discussed that.
I didn't know we had to break from the box.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize that was a rule set. But I'm fine.
Yeah.
We've been playing that way, so I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the normal rule for.
Yeah, WNT, it's 9 on the spot and from the box. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I can put on the corner, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I would break it from.
All right, Michael set to break off rack number 10. 9 ball gets kicked again towards that top left corner. He makes the 2 this time. He also makes the 3 ball, and the 8 is sitting in the corner, and he made the 2. So really good break here. Feel like this is potentially a turn in the match with Michael and Katrin getting some momentum here. So really go for the thin cut on the 1 into the 8. I really don't like the carom. I think the carom is just a little too risky. You really have to hit this cue ball just before the point. So went for the save. Cue ball leaked out. Jeremy just missing the one. Michael gonna have to put some spin on this one. Just to make sure the cue ball comes back out. Yep, this is fine. We hit it with a little too much speed, but it is better to make sure that you have full visibility on the 4 rather than coming up short. So don't mind this too much. Nicely done. Michael has enough room to roll this forward.
I'll shoot this corner.
Nicely done. So, yeah. The hard shot will be the 8 to the 9. As seemingly easy it is with it being that close, because the 8 is kind of hanging on the pocket and the rail. Oh no. I think maybe just overthought that shot. Just needed to hit it with some right spin to kind of cinch off the rail to leave for the 7 in the left side pocket. But instead, giving opportunity here for Alex and Jeremy to retie this match. Kind of a big shot here. Yeah, James. There's some safety battles. I think at least 2 or 3 racks had some safeties going back and forth. But yeah, if this goes hill, it'll certainly be approaching 11 p.m. Alright, this is definitely the spin doctor sort of shot. You hit this with extreme right on the cue ball, and you aim just to the left, our right, of the 6, and the cue ball hits the rail, takes immediate spin to kind of thin that 6 over into the pocket. Otherwise, you attempt a safe. Kind of difficult given the angle. You could try to hit the 6 with some top left on the cue ball. Hit that 6 then. Bring the 6 to the left, middle, lower diamond on that left side rail. And you bring the cue ball all the way back up table. So, not the easiest safe and not the easiest pot. So, we'll see what Michael does here. Looks like he is going for the spin doctor shot. Yeah, it was a good try. Just caught the ball first. If he catches the rail first, the 6 likely goes in. Get the bank attempt there from Jeremy. I think he just put a little bit too much spin on the 6. Took a wider angle. So if he hits that a little more firm, angle tightens up. Probably heads into the pocket. Instead, it landed a little wide. I really like Katrin just going for this. Shooting the 6 up the rail into the 8. Cue ball will come out. 6 will also come out. But if you hit it with a decent speed, 6 should hang around the pocket. Yeah, just overcut that one. If Alex goes for this bank, he really just needs to make sure that he hits it with enough speed to where if he happens to miss the bank, the 6 lands just above the 9 and doesn't... Well, I mean, I guess if he hits it hard and he misses that corner, the 6 could hit the 8 on the back and forth. So, kind of need to decide what speed you want to hit here. No. In the drink it goes. I think you take the 6-8 combo here. I really don't like the way that 8 is. I mean, you can easily leave it for the 9, but I feel like getting rid of it now is just better. Katrin has plenty of room here to get down for the 7. You either go rail first or you just stun the bottom left to go down the rail. I prefer the stun just because if you do run into the rail first, cue ball can get a little wonky. It might actually cross back across the 7 to the right side. So I'd rather just stun this down. If you do stun it down, I guess you need to be pretty precise. Okay, we will see here. Yes, she went rail first. Okay. Michael gonna have to go to work here though, because 7 ball didn't quite get enough angle. You may consider basically stunning this hard to the bottom rail and having the cue ball come out 1 or 2 rails back up for the 9. Okay, hit it with a force follow. It is going to cross and land perfect. Excellent shot from Michael. Perfect leave. Katrin and Michael up 6-4. Going into rack number 11. Thank you all for joining us this evening. If you like the content, hit the like, hit the subscribe, ring the bell as well. If you're ever in the Seattle area, come check out Ox Billiards. Pretty great club we have here. 4 snooker tables, 1 Hey Joy Chinese 8-ball table, which is basically a hybrid between a snooker table and a pool table. And of course, we have 8 9-foot Rassons with Brunswick Centennial cloth and the Aramith Black set for the pool balls. Great place to work on your game, have some fun. Come check us out. All right, Michael breaking off, rack number 11. First time that the 9-ball did not move except for that little bump. It is a dry break. So Alex will be taking the opening shot here. Could go for the thin cut on the 1. He does not like that. He could just bank the 1 to that second diamond on the upper right rail while putting some left on the cue ball. Sending the cue ball towards the left side, leaving some angle. Went for the cut. Excellent shot. Needs this to roll above the 5 now. No, landed in no man's land. So Jeremy gonna have to go for a kick here. Yeah, really nice try. Almost drilled that kick. Gets the accidental save, puts the hand up to acknowledge. But you know what? You're going for the shot, so anything that happens afterwards, it's kind of fair play. So now Katrin going for a kick of her own.
Maybe a little higher. Does this rail base?
I don't mind taking the 2-7 combo. As long as you roll this forward and make sure the cue ball lands above the 6. But the 2 does go in the upper left corner, so you can also do that. If you do shoot the 2, you need to be very mindful that because of the angle going into this shot, cue ball might not actually end up on the 3 as good as it could be. So Yeah, that's what I mean. So it's actually good that he missed. Because he did not really leave Jeremy a good look at the 3. Cue ball is always going to be kind of floating towards that 7. You take that shot in the upper left corner. So he probably played a 2-way, but would have been a little risky if the 2 actually dropped. So now Michael also be kicking here. Just trying to eye up where he wants to kick. May even attack this going 2 rails. Two rails is safer. Legal contact. I think you can actually make this 3 off of the 7 into the side pocket.
It goes, yeah.
Just probably.
I mean, yeah, I think just off the rail there is fine.
Yeah, really nice job. Handled it well. Not quite sure if he can sneak the 4 by the 8. Could accept the combo here if he does do that. 4 ball will shoot towards the bottom right corner.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you could try to make it. You have to go off the 8 though. I'm sure. I mean, because like if you hit the 4 like right here, it comes here, and just you want the cue ball to kind of fall out. Like so, it's all about like don't worry too much about the cue ball. Just try to get the 4 ball right there. Got it.
You may be discussing kind of ticking off that 8. But I really think you should go for the combo here. Because you're not going to have a great look at the 5 if you make this 4 in the lower left. That's optimal miss. The way that the 4 just kind of rattled and did not stick in the pocket, that definitely is beneficial for Jeremy and Alex. Katrin going to go for the kick here. A lot of kicks in this rack. So Katrin actually wants to catch this rail first. Maybe like an inch in front of the 4. So the cue ball will go rail first into the 4 and then back out. Yes, just like that. Executed very nicely. Gives a look on the 5 for Michael. Just needs to stay dialed in, draw this back as much as possible. It won't really draw, it'll just kind of stunt this left rail, back out middle table, take the 6 in the lower left. But he's going top now. Yeah. The only reason I don't like the top is because there's kind of too much cue ball movement, and because of how many balls are on the table, possibility of landing behind a ball is It's kind of high. Whereas if you stun out, you're keeping the cue ball on the top part of the table, and there's no traffic there. But now this has landed in the perfect window for Alex. Just to focus on making this 5. Could put a little bit of right on this just to kind of make sure the cue ball runs more straight up the table as opposed to taking an angle. But you don't need a ton of speed here. Yeah, it's good.
Over there.
Just stunning,
Yeah, if you stretch out over there, that should be good.
I know I've been saying this a lot tonight, but here's another stun shot. Six is just barely rolled up enough to leave a shot for Katrin. So if you hit this with straight top, because there's already an inherent angle, she should actually just be able to land almost where the dot is, next to that 9.
If you can go all the way, but I also don't mind you just leaving here.
You don't need to do a lot.
You can go all the way, yeah.
I feel like
Further.
they're potentially overthinking this if they want to run above the 8 and the 9. Really, this is just a straight follow. Almost like maximum top. You're letting the stroke out to ensure that you have a look. It's totally fine. But I don't think you needed to move the cue ball that much. I mean, I could be wrong.
It goes.
Angles are typically a little bit different than what we see on camera here. Maybe you didn't feel safe trying to hold.
Sorry. A little short.
Okay, our second favorite S word tonight, besides stun, is stop. There it is. Slightly steep, but doable. Jin taking it down. Katrin and Michael move ahead 7-4.
You tried to stun color?
Okay, the 4 is the problem here in this rack.
I mean, it's going to be like the 3-6 combo.
I think he's asking Jeremy to leave him the 3-6 combo.
I guess if you roll it forward enough, I've got this. This is probably the best possible.
Yeah, I'd rather leave there. If Jeremy actually leaves this angle, Alex could hit this 3 with follow, and the cue ball could run into the 8-4.
Here, you're going to be like there, and you're going to have
But
to come off the rail and come out.
it's a very precise angle.
So, I mean, I guess, no, actually it's not true. It's pretty straight. You just have to draw
Sort of
back a
the
little bit. So if you
margin
feel better drawing than
on that angle for the 3.
forward, then sure.
Pretty difficult. It's going to be within like 1 to 2 inches of each other. Well, I was going to say Jeremy might get away with the bank on the 2, but it clips the cue. And Katrin will be looking for safety. Almost hit it. Sweet. I think if she would have taken maybe a little more spin on the cue ball and hit it a little less hard and kind of allowed the spin to navigate the speed as opposed to power, may have hit in the cue ball a little bit more behind the 4. But looks like Alex has been left a window here. Alright, so this is the second time that Alex has missed that cut into the side pocket. Previous time was on a 9 ball, ended up costing him a rack. So just not quite seeing the angle. And on the side,
You shoot the 3 in the corner.
I feel like I've had a few players say that the side pockets on their Bessons are a little tricky. I think one thing that I always kind of compensate for on the side pocket is just aiming for sort of the circular crest
The last second I thought I
of the
should get
pocket
closer to that side, so
and kind of let gravity take the ball down,
I can reach here.
especially when you're floating a shot over.
It's fine, yeah. Very considerate.
Okay, this stun out is going to be hard. Handled it fairly well. Didn't quite get enough oomph to kind of perpendicular cut that off of the rail. Kind of took a angle out. But that's okay. There's a save here. Interesting. Interesting. Yes. I like Katrin's coaching there. You're basically sending the 4 2 rails down. Oh, no.
good.
Hit the 8 ball.
Nice try.
Right idea. Basically, send the 4 to the short rail here. Cue ball 2 rails back up to the short rail at the top. Okay, Jeremy and Alex absolutely need to run this out. Cannot let them get onto the hill with a 4 to 5 rack deficit. It's going to be pretty difficult to overcome. So kind of a critical moment here for the run out.
6 into this here for the 7, and then it 8's a little bit weird, but
We'll figure it out from there.
yeah.
how much of an angle do you?
Okay, doesn't like shooting the 4 by the 8.
There. Got it.
I think that's totally fair. It's kind of a weird angle to be shooting across table like that anyhow. Nicely done. He left Alex a little bit of steep angle on the 5, so Alex, I would probably just draw this straight back. You leave a little bit of a back cut on the 6, but I think back cut on the 6 is actually appropriate because then Jeremy will, here we go again, stun or slightly draw off of that 6 to get to the right side of the table to take the 7 on the lower left. So, yeah. I would rather land more so on the bottom left side of this 6 than I would on the bottom right. Does that make sense? Perfect. Excellent. He's shaking his head, but now it's perfect. Because now you don't need to impart any angle on the cue ball. If you hit this with straight bottom and do a little stunny stun or a little bit of draw, you should have a pretty good look on the 7. It needs to be smooth. Too much power. But he almost got fortunate with the hide. Especially when the ball, the cue ball is that close to the object ball, less is typically more. The thought is that you need more power to kind of get that cue ball over, but because the angle was already there, you don't really need to work the cue ball too much. Caught that one real thin.
I was gonna say, can you go off one rail to spin so at least it comes.
I cannot control where I touch it.
So Michael's going to have to get crafty here.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
He may be able to see an edge of this 7.
If I make this, then good luck to you.
Okay. It looks like I'm pretty
So
sure
with
it
this
was-
shot,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
I would
That's not that
absolutely almost just hit this with lag speed because you're hitting the 7 so thin the cue ball is just going to carry anyway. And the last thing you want to do is park the 7 in the left pocket.
One more. Wow.
All right, a lot happened there. That was fun.
I was gonna say you can go that real long way first with right, because that way it will at least come back. So
Okay, what will Alex do here? Safety is in play. Just wants to make sure that does not give visibility to the 7. Okay. This is pretty decent, however. Katrin does have a kick at the 7. Might even be able to potentially spin this kick to have the 7 go in the side pocket, but I think first and foremost she's focused on just making contact with the 7. But gonna go for the long kick. Ooh. What a try. What a try. Left the 7 kind of weird. So very steep cut here for Jeremy. So Jeremy makes this 7. The cue ball could possibly go around the 8. It's also likely that the cue ball runs into the 8. Ooh. Okay. Accidental make. But that's 9 ball, baby. So now, got Alex with the bank shot. Couple options here. So he can hit this bank and kind of run it forward with right. Or he hits it with bottom to go 2 rails and then leaves the shot for the 9 in the side pocket. And I think he's opting for the latter here. And came up a little short. This is just a straight make. Just leave the cue ball pretty much where the 8 is. Katrin takes the 9 in the lower left. Yep, just like that. All right. Katrin and Michael, first ones onto the hill. About to break off rack number 13.
You shade on?
Okay, I think he wanted to bank the 1 to end up on the short rail, but ended up almost making the bank. Still, not an easy shot, kind of being tree-topped over the 8 here. Yeah, like I said, not easy at all.
Looks like my brick.
Thinking of thinning it and just sending it up.
Problem is you're probably gonna float over here. You gonna try to make it? No, you just wanna like thin it and like have it be there. That's probably better, yeah.
All right, running this down the rail past the side pocket. Pretty epic if he gets shape on the 2 here. Going for the safe. I like this. They definitely need to play smart here. They are down 4 racks, so can't really give Michael and Katrin easy out. Okay, hit this with a little bit of left spin. Probably between 9 and 10 o'clock. Probably closer to 9. Because you're not going to get a ton of angle on the rail, so you need to manufacture it. And he actually overspun it, so possibly less spin there. Okie dokie, ball in hand here for Alex. Gonna hit this one with follow. Just needs to make sure he gives Jeremy the angle. Always, always look at your next shot, like Alex is doing, walking around the table, taking a look at the next 3 shots. I think breaking down 9-ball runs into sets of 3 is optimal. And then reassessing if you get out of shape. Yeah, he's okay landing straight as long as this doesn't hover. Yeah, that should be okay. Jeremy just basically needs to hit the 2 and the rail almost simultaneously here. Make sure that cue ball skids and gets shape for the 3. Interesting. Opted for the drawback. Maybe didn't think he could go 2 rails to get onto the 3. Well, if I'm Alex, I think the safe is pretty obvious. Don't need to do too much here. You basically hit this with a little bit of follow, make sure the 3 hits that middle diamond. Cue ball will come out kind of by that lower right diamond. Head towards 4. Cue ball parks behind that 4-7-9 triangle cluster. 3 ball, meanwhile, kind of goes above the 7.
I can't make the 3 out because it's going to be too much of it. I mean, maybe like I could try to like kick it out, but it's going to be hard over here. Or I could try to put top, bring the 3 out here, bring it here, and then go. Yeah, I feel like if
He is also looking at maybe making this 3, but I think the cue ball gets away from the 4 way too much if you do that.
maybe I could do that, come up and back up.
So definitely like
That might be an easier one. I'm just so
trying to send this 3 above the 7-9.
I think that's the main problem. If that 8 wasn't there, it's easy. But I'm worried I might make it if I do that. So I think I'm just gonna kick it out. I'm just gonna kick it out. Yeah. I like that.
You could also sort of just stop shot this because of the angle. Cue ball actually come down to the short rail. 3 ball kicks up table. We shall see. Yeah, Michael in the chat, 100% agree with you. Safe is the right call here. And it looks like it's fairly successful. So Katrin does have the long kick up to the short rail. And if she makes this 3 in the side, cue ball very well. May run down table and give some pretty good shape on the 4. So Katrin kind of looking at the angle in, angle out. She's measuring it up nice. I think that's it. Just hit this smooth. Pretty much no English here. Unless you're going straight top. Oh, it was so close to being perfect. Yeah, almost clipped the 3 on the optimal side there, but misses. So, good safety play from Alex. Jeremy with a chance here to start a run.
Must be like right here.
No, definitely not. I was thinking that.
And then you want to float down this line right here.
Got it.
Right? Or more angle. Other way, yeah. A little bit less, right? Probably a little bit less, but yeah, just top, and you want to come all the way down.
Handled it nice. Left Alex the 4-6 combo. It's kind of the only choice they had there.
Do I have to go for it now? I don't see a great defensive option here.
The only issue with this 4-6 combo, it's really difficult to control where the 4 goes. The 4 will likely kind of punch towards the 8, so you need to be aware of that when you decide what kind of spin and rotation you want to put on the cue.
Put the 4 here and bring the cue ball up, but like, no, I think you just go for it.
It's kind of what Alex is talking about at the moment. But because you're hitting the pink 4 on the left side, cue ball will kind of naturally want to go towards the left. Handled that excellently. Very nice job, Alex. Caught a little bit of the rail first there.
That's 2.
I think Michael's eyeing up a safety here and just send the pink 4 to the top rail. Oh, he went for it. He went for it. And he's gonna end up safe. Okay, well this changes quite a bit. Alex cannot make legal contact here. The run out is looking pretty primo. Alex going airborne here. Yeah, nice contact. 4 kisses off the 8. Lands a little funny. So there's a stun off of the left side of the 4 to make the 5, but then you are shooting that 4 ball up table. Or potentially shooting that 4 into the 9. I think I'd still go for it though, especially with the 4 rack lead here that they have. I don't mind kind of going for clever shot, but whew. This is also pretty clever. Caught the 4 thick. Ends up being pretty good save. Jeremy does have a look at the 4. Question in the chat, is this winner break? Yes, it is. It is winner break. There have been no break and runs in this game. Jeremy just trying to create some distance there. It's not too bad of a leave. Getting shape on the 5. Potentially tricky. Almost lands. Ran on top of the 5. So another difficult shot here for Alex. Because of the way that Alex is kind of tree-topped on this, yeah, I think he goes for the 4. If you miss this on the pro side, the 4 lands basically on the short rail. Cue ball comes back towards the 5, so it's kind of a two-way shot. But if you hit it too hard and miss on the pro side, then that 4 will be sitting in the top left corner. Or if you rattle the pocket, All right, Michael just needs to get this center table. Seven in the lower right corner. Pretty sweet. Okay, this is pretty good. So Katrin will hit this with a little bit of top right. This cue ball comes off the rail, lands into position between the 8 and the 9. And they're potentially out from there. There it is. So I kind of like him running this with top left. Basically hits this bottom rail, comes out to the top right rail, or the right rail closest to us here. Gets position on the 9. Opts for the draw, and he's going to land right on top of the 9. Bummer. Yeah. I think he just kind of fell in between decision making there and kind of just went for it. The follow was a little tricky, but I feel like if you hit it smooth with the spin, it comes out the way you need it to. Katrin feeling this one out for the win. Nope. And it's set up for Jeremy. All right, so Jeremy and Alex holding on. Match is now 5-8. Going into rack number 14. Okay, Jeremy will be breaking off this one. Yeah, it's a good break. Gets shape on the 1. Already have someone in the chat calling out a break and run here. Certainly possible. Alex just kind of eyeing up at the 2, goes by the 4. I really feel like you want to run this cue ball down table and take the 2 in the left side pocket, so just hit this with top right. And really just let it roll. I mean, yeah, seeing a break and run would be cool. Especially in doubles. It's always kind of fun to see. 2 players working out the break and run. This is all about smoothness and not about power. Yes. Oh no. I think he actually needed that to take almost less right. Because it ended up so high on that upper right rail. But this is makeable in the side pocket. Nice job. Okay, has a look at the 3. 4's a little funny, but the 4 does go by the 5 in the lower left corner, so Alex actually just needs to make this 3. Yeah, he's drawing his cue ball, or is pointing to that area, but I feel like if we just cut this across and leave Jeremy almost straight in for the 4, should be okay. Don't need to do a ton of cue ball movement here in terms of manufacturing an angle, if you will. Nicely done. Alright, so Jeremy just hits this with straight follow. Lands in a very similar position to where the cue ball is currently at. She needs to focus on making the 4. Nothing else really matters here. Just make the 4. Well, Jeremy is fortunate that even though he missed, he did bump the 5 into a weird spot now. So Michael will have to shoot the 4 in the side pocket and then land this cue ball on the right side of the 5. Which is doable. It's doable. No. Don't. So the reason I don't like shooting this in the top left corner is because you have to do way more work with the cue ball. So if you shoot this in the side and you kind of stun it out, it goes up to the short rail and back down the right side of the table. Now, shooting this in the top left, you have to put a ton of draw on this.
Oh, ran too far.
Almost landed in the spot that he needed to, but I just think that the path of least resistance would have been to stun up to the short rail and back down. But cutting it that steep into the top left and then forcing the cue ball with draw 2 rails, almost 3 rails around, is more difficult. Yeah, Alex feeling like he needed to come up with a big shot there. Almost lands the cue ball in the drink. Okay, this is definitely an extreme follow here. Just hit this with straight top. Lots of speed, not necessarily power, if that makes sense, because you're hitting on the top. Oh no, he's putting bottom. It actually worked out okay. You can kind of achieve almost the exact same thing if you just hit straight top. Yeah. So what Alex was pointing out, you run it right rail, top short rail. It comes off of that side rail and actually comes down table more. Now Alex actually needs to make this 5 and have the cue ball go up and down. If you try to hold, I think you leave too steep of an angle on the 6. So he's going to have to run this up past the 8 and back down. Did he sell out? That's a question. I think he might have. I think he might have barely left the 5. Okay, a little bit of a bump there, but not the end of the world. This steep angle actually lends pretty well to Katrin getting back up table for the 8. This is all straight top. Just hit it smooth. Cue ball will travel up table. Not in the drink. There it goes. Okay, ball in hand here. Cue ball run out.
If you want to stun, yeah, I mean, you can stun and bring it down. I mean, alternatively, it's like this into it, right? The top, which is probably a little bit more predictable.
Okay. So should I put it?
Probably more angle, I would think. You want to come off like this, right?
So like here.
Yeah.
All right, Jeremy lands good here for Alex. Stretched out just a little bit on the table, but certainly makeable. Closing the gap. 6-8.
I'll bring this down.
Going into rack number 15.
Thank you.
1 ball side pocket, 5 ball lower left corner. We have an open look at the 2. Blah blub in the chat. What's up, Mr. Scotch partner? Looking forward to playing some scotch with you next month. Yeah. Blah blub and I finished second in a 11:25 and under. Now that he has improved quite a bit and I have improved incrementally, we'll be going for a 11:50 and under tournament coming up in May. Hosted by
You try to bring it straight back. It's a smaller window.
I think of the bar. It's called Penalty
Alternatively, you could
Box
do this and come here and out.
down near Tacoma.
Honestly, whichever one you feel more
So that should
comfortable
be pretty
with.
fun.
I think prioritizing making the 2, whichever one you feel more comfortable making the 2 with, and then we'll just try
All
and
right.
see whatever
Alex is
you
just
got.
telling Jeremy, make the shot. Cue ball's natural path should leave him for the 3. Only thing he needs to worry about is speed. Kind of needs to float this across. It's too hard. Well, I mean, technically, he did get on the 3. Alrighty, so cut this 2 in the side pocket. Cue ball will probably run into the 6 or the 3. Alex going to break out in the jump cue here. He is going for the jump cut here into the top left corner. It's a tricky shot. I think it's the right shot, but it is tricky. Appreciate y'all complimenting the music choice. It is kind of the only music choice we have here because it is DMCA free beats. So they are not copyright, and we don't get copyright struck here for the stream. If you have any leads on other lo-fi instrumentals that are not copyright written, I'd be most appreciative. So Alex getting extremely lucky here with the double kiss on the 2. Ends up making it and getting shape for the 3. And this could be a bit of a confidence booster here for these guys to get back into this game. They are chipping their way back slowly but surely. Nicely struck. Just slightly tree-topped on the 7, but should be doable. Nicely struck.
Come off the rail and back up. Or you might run into the 9.
Is that what you want me to do?
Well, I mean, like ideally, it's like here, right? Because then I can bring it here, right here for the 8, and then down.
So off the rail isn't just like.
I mean, just straight top should.
Okay, the 8 and the 9 is going to be
Even if you hit the 9 a little bit,
what I'm going to refer to as the show me shot, because
you just don't want to get past here.
you got to show me how to get onto that angle.
Less is more in this situation, but like ideally,
It's 2 rails for sure, but it really is dependent on where the cue ball ends up after the 7. No, I just focus too much on the shot. Okay. Will we see the run out here from Michael and Katrin? A little steep on the 7, but I don't mind taking this 3 rails to get back into the line for the 8.
I would just try to go like
Yeah.
two.
Yep.
Exactly.
Okay. Let's go.
Just
Send this
leave me long shot.
around the world a little bit.
Yeah.
Cue ball's going to take a nice little scenic route, get shape onto the 8. Just need to make sure you hit this with spin. Nope. A little too soft. But this is okay. It is okay. It's a longer shot for Michael, but the natural angle of the cue ball will go 2 rails, possibly 3 to land onto the 9. So all he needs to do is focus on making the shot. And you don't really need to do a ton here. Just hit it smooth. Oh my goodness. All right, so Alex and Jeremy will be very likely getting to 7 here. All right, inching closer and closer to the hill. Currently 7-8. Going into rack number 16. Thank you all for joining us this evening, or the morning or the afternoon, wherever you are tuning in from. This is Zach Ross in the booth here at Ox Billiards in Seattle, Washington. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, ring the bell as well to be notified when we go live. If you're ever in the Seattle area, come check us out. Got some pretty cool tables here. Got 8 9-foot rassons, 4 snooker tables, and 1 Chinese hayball table. Just basically a hybrid between a pool table and a snooker table. Located in a basement in Capitol Hill. Good times, great equipment. All right, Jeremy breaking off. Rack 16. Striking the break much more firm. Getting a really good spread here. 8 goes by the 9 in the lower left corner. Is this the break and run? I mean, it was 4-8, so they are certainly making a pretty strong comeback here.
Well, at first I was thinking come back out here, but I don't think there's enough angle. I think it might rattle the 2. I was thinking drawing back, but now I'm thinking I'm just going to push it forward a bit.
Yeah.
You can shoot the 3 in the side. I think that's a better, more, and then we can just go right into the 4 off that.
Yeah, because then you'll just leave me up there so then I can just push it up here.
That's the idea, yeah, exactly.
I like that.
Yeah, okay.
I do not like rail shots.
Oh no. Oh jeez.
Okay, I like this little slow roller Alex decided to do there. I think if you're worried about stunning or stop shotting from that distance and the 2 possibly rattling the pocket, I think it's a pretty good decision to slow roll it. Now Jeremy just needs to hit this with follow. Oh, I missed. No, he made it. Oof. I was going to catch a point there. Okay, so the problem if he overcuts his 4 to the top right, the cue ball will not come below the 7 like he thinks it will. You're just hitting this 4 so thin. It's really hard to get that sort of grip on the draw. My inclination is that the cue ball actually hit that side rail and go up towards the short rail at the top. Yeah, nice job letting it come around 4 rails. Hit that rail nice.
Yeah, just try to get it maybe like center table. Don't try to force it too much. It's hard to get the shape of the sticks.
As far as leaving Alex on the 6 now, I really think Jeremy should just accept that he's... yeah, he could possibly get out to where he's pointing. Again, though, it just needs to be a little bit smoother with the hit. I think there's been a few times throughout the match kind of forcing some power. Yeah, so he kind of did it again. He like paused in the backstroke, but then the follow stroke was not as smooth as how he was cueing, if that makes sense. Not the best safe. I think potentially fatigue setting in here a little bit. This match started around 7:30. So almost 4 hours. Nice shot from Alex.
Do you want me to play the top?
Yeah, I think that the top, the problem is like straight top, you might run into the 8, right?
So lower.
Because like stun take here, this is like the tangent, and if you put
In between those two.
yeah, I mean
I still like Jeremy and Alex's chances here. Running out. Cue ball did end up a little straight on the 6. Ooh, okay, well, a little bit of a game changer here. I would like to hit this between 1 and 2 o'clock on the cue ball. Go 2 rails back out middle table to land onto the 7. Way too hard. But he's going to get a very friendly contact. 8, 9. Okay, Katrin. Straight follow here. Too much power. This is actually okay, as the 8 ball does go in the left side pocket. So now Michael just needs to draw this back just a little bit. Queuing off the rail with draw is a little bit awkward.
Stop shot is very easy to land like here. Yeah. Okay. I mean,
Like
okay.
any stop. Yeah,
Yeah,
stop.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to draw this.
I was thinking about the draw, but I just have to jack up, which is what.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even need a ton of draw here. If he even stop shots this, there's enough angle to make the 9. So he's going to have to dig a little bit here. But find the line. Hit it true. No. Just going to get lucky. But he did leave the bank.
I mean, the shot to go for it is here and then all the way around the table. But that's tough, honestly. That close to the rail.
Honestly, what I'm thinking is if you could just avoid the double kiss and just make me up here. 'Cause I think that should be okay, right? If
You're saying make the bank?
yeah, I'm saying make the bank and just
I mean, the double kiss is the biggest problem. I mean, I don't know. I could try. I mean, there's a safety option.
I feel like there's a way to make this bank if you actually put a little bit of inside left and bring the cue ball out towards the spot. It'd be a steeper cut for Jeremy, but I feel like if you
Making the 8 and giving you a shot on the 9 is really
this
tough.
bank kind of with straight top,
In front of a pocket.
kind of bring the cue ball up towards the right side pocket, which could also be okay. That angle cut
Cue ball right here.
the the further right you are, the easier the shot becomes. So we shall see. We shall see.
That's true. I'm gonna try to bring it down too.
Okay. I like it. It's smart. However, if you want to get absolutely crazy, you could stun off of this 8 and carom the 9 in. Yeah. Michael's actually kind of pointing that out. You could kind of do a two-way here where you bank this 8 towards the top corner. You also are stunning the Q into the 9. The only problem with this shot is that so much distance. You really need that stun to travel all the way to the point of contact on the 8. If the cue ball takes any forward spin, you're absolutely not going to be getting that carom. Just hit it too thick. But, you know, this is not terrible. Very long shot, kind of hanging over the corner of the pocket with the cue ball. However, he makes his shot. He gets perfect position for the 9. So,
Yeah, I think you want
it's kind of do or die here.
overcut versus undercut here.
If the 8 ball rattles in the pocket at all, it's going to be a GG.
The natural.
Be pretty natural, so just don't worry about the 9.
No,
And just, yeah.
I got you.
It's kind of the best case scenario from Katrin there, the way that that cue ball hit the 8. Jeremy, opportunity here to help get them onto the hill. There it is.
Very nice.
All right, Alex Buzak to tie the match up. Got ourselves a hill game here. Thank you all for tuning in. Hill Thriller.
I know, I was just like...
Jeremy and Alex
Yeah.
about to break off rack number 17. Yeah, Al, ever since you joined the chat, they've they've gone from 4-8 to 8-8. So yeah, stick around. Al Gonzalez in the chat, bringing the peppering of luck here. But no, not really a ton of luck for these two players. They ran some racks out, capitalized on some mistakes, so deserve to be on the hill here.
That's right there. Is that one?
Jeremy set to break off the final rack of this match. One in the side pocket, 5 in the lower right corner, 2 dressing up nicely into the top right. So Jeremy, over the course of this match, his break has gotten really good. He's leaving open shots after the break. Is this the break and run? Eight goes by the 9 in the lower right corner. 8 also appears to go in the lower left. A little bit more difficult of an angle to get onto. But for now, we have the 2 and the 3. Alex wants to get pretty close to this 3. Would be ideal. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oops.
Where was it? Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's on this side, yeah.
My bad. No, you're good, you're good.
All right, chance for run out here. Seven to the 8 is the tricky shot. 6 to the 7, pretty straightforward. As long as you kind of leave a little bit of a back cut on the 6, it'll make it much easier. Did not leave the back cut on the 6, so this makes it a little harder. Katrin can draw out here, though. Caught more spin than draw. So not quite out of the woods yet for these two. Feel like cue ball will end up below the 8 here, which is sort of the way Michael has been approaching these cut shots. He does hit it with a little bit more power. And he hit it way thin. Okay, looks like the 7 does go by the 8 in the lower left corner, so opportunity now for Alex.
I think I go for it. I think I go all the way down.
Your other option is
This is a tough call because as much as you want to make this 7, the possibility of you kind of hanging it is kind of high.
Yeah, I mean, because if I do, then I should still have a shot on the 8.
Especially when you're considering leaving the cue ball for the 8.
Cover it. I think it's worth it.
So,
I think it's worth the shot.
Yeah.
see what Alex decides here. He is going for the cut. There's possibly a two-way here. Just if you do miss the 7, it could possibly rattle and leak out, but we shall see. No, 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 no.
Let's try to go.
I'm kind of curious why you put draw on that as opposed to a little bit of like follow, but
I was just thinking about it.
you know,
That is two.
still have to make 2 shots here, so
And then I fucked it up, and then you guys didn't get a shot before Alex, right? And then Alex started. Cannot 3 foul if you make it.
I mean, you can put it here.
That's true.
okay.
I
For
put it there.
the win, Michael Jin, Katrin Cheung. Oh no. Okay, I mean,
You're on 2.
he didn't completely sell out, but Jeremy has been pretty decent at banks tonight. Pretty sure he banked a 9-ball earlier for the rack win, so it would be a pretty sweet way to go out.
Like this part of it with inside.
You sure you don't want to go for that? Because then you could leave the cue ball down here, and if you miss, you might end up leaning the 9 down there. If you feel more comfortable with this, then by all means. This is just an idea.
I think I'm I think I'm more confident in this one.
Sure, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. Yeah.
I mean, I think you can hit this bank pretty clean in the appropriate pocket, but the 2 bank is very possible and sort of common. Sort of common. Oh, and there it is. Al in the chat called the 2-way bank.
Jesus Christ.
Thank you all for tuning in tonight.
Go to bed.
Much appreciated. Hill Thrillers are always the most exciting.
I got really lucky. Sorry.
Again, my name is Zach Ross.
Happens in 9-ball.
Thank you for tuning in. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, share with a friend. Let us know how we're doing here. Let your friends know about Ox Billiards. Appreciate y'all. Have a wonderful evening.
Because like I didn't want to just hit it straight, because I wanted to put the outside on it to throw it more.
Michael,
But yeah.
I liked how this last rack, there was that 8-9, and then you looked at the 4 into the 9. You're like, it doesn't go, and Alex and I were talking about it. We were like, oh yeah,
I
we'd
do
go
the
for
same-
that
I
too.
would absolutely do the same thing in that situation.
I mean, that's pretty open, I guess.
Yeah.
Just have to open up the 8 now. Alex, what was the score?
It was hill. That was it.
It was Hill Hill?
That was 9-8.
Oh,
you
shit.
guys were on the hill for the last couple.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I thought like
I thought we were
5,
behind.
6.
Yeah.
No, you guys kept on You guys have a
We
pretty
ran
good
a couple-
run.
I know we ran a couple in the middle. I didn't realize how many we ran.
You guys were 2 away and we were 5 away at one point. So we were at like 4, you guys were at 7, I think. And then